The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Chair, can we have a recess, please?
The Committee of Finance will take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donner A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javan E. James, Sr. Senator James, absent. Senator Janelle K. Soro. Senator Soro, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vielle.
Here.
Senator Vielle, present.
Madam Clerk, please mark Senator DeGraff as present.
Mr. Chair, we have 3 present, 4 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated August 29th, 2022. Honorable Kurt A. Vielle, Chairman, Committee on Finance, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, VI. Dear Chairman Vielle, please excuse my absence from the start of today's August 29th, 2022 Committee on Finance hearing due to a previously scheduled appointment. Therefore, I am respectfully asking that I be excused until my arrival. Thank you for your consideration and understanding. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please mark Senator Carrion as tardy. Any more correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
August 29th, 2022, the Honorable Kurt A. Vielle, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Mr. Chair, please be advised that due to a prior commitment, I will be unable to attend today's meeting of the Committee on Finance. Please mark my absence as excused as I thank you for your time and understanding. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Blyden as excused. Any more correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Could you give me the final count?
Mr. Chair, we have 3 present, 4 absent, 2 excused.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
Committee on Finance meeting agenda, Monday, August 29th, 2022, 9 a.m., Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, Charlotte Amalie St. Thomas, USVI. Meeting agenda. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2023 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. The Committee on Finance will also consider 2 leases. Block 1, budget hearing, St. Thomas East End Medical Center. Invited testifier, Moleto A. Smith, Jr., Executive Director. Block 2, leases. Bill number 34-0275, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Caribe Tradewinds Lodge number 17, Incorporated, District number 8, for the purpose of conducting meetings, community outreach activities, feeding the homeless, mentoring youth, and for other related purposes. Proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Walter Freeman, Head Trustee, Caribe Tradewinds Lodge number 17. John James, Past Master, Caribe Tradewinds Lodge number 17. Bill number 34-0278, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and on the level doing business as OTL Mechanical for the leasing of parcel number 69, Submarine Base number 4, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Proposed by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Invited testifiers, Anthony Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Todd Donahue, Owner, President, OTL Mechanical, Morella Cornelius, CFO, Office Manager, OTL Mechanical. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. First, before us, we have the St. Thomas East End Medical Center. We have some updated figures and a new post-audit report has been circulated. So, Senators, we are not going to go back over the testimony. They were able to provide testimony before, but I'm going to allow a round of questioning in reference to the new numbers that were submitted to us. I want to welcome Senator Norville Francis, who have joined us on St. Croix. Senator Francis, thank you for coming. So, Senators, please look at the post-audit report so that we can make a determination as to how they are going to be funded for fiscal year 23. So we're going to start with a 4-minute round, and also welcome Senator Javan James. Please mark Senator Javan James as present. So we now have a quorum. We're going to start with a 4-minute round, and I'm going to start on St. Croix with Senator Francis. Senator Francis, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, and good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and of course, good morning to the fine folks from the Eastern Medical Center. Mr. Smith, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. Good morning. And we are well in regards from me and my staff for good morning.
Senator
Very
Francis, 1 minute. I'm going to hold your time. Let me allow those who are in the well to put their name and title on the record. I neglected to do that. So I'll begin with CEO Smith.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Moleto A. Smith Jr., Executive Director, St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Eric Baines, Chief Financial Officer, St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation.
Thank you. Next.
Great Monday morning to everyone. My name is Renee Crawford, Deputy Executive Director of East End.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. My name is Francia Brin, and I am Chair of the Board of Directors of the St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to start over your time, Senator Francis. You may proceed now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before I begin with my questions regarding the budget, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Smith, is everyone back to work at this time at your facility, at the medical center?
Thank you for that question. Good morning again. All of our staff has been working consistently on site, except for one or two who had some remote work for a few days a week. But all of our staff has been at work throughout the COVID.
Very well. Thank you for that. So tell me, in respect, I haven't had a chance to review the current numbers on the post-audit report, but can you tell me what is the major difference in reviewing the post-audit report? Have you had an opportunity to review the post-audit report?
Yes, we did. There is some minor discrepancies, but generally we were able to review it. In essence, and I think it's necessary to put this on the record again, the reason the FQHCs, in particular St. Thomas East End, is before the legislature, for this purpose, is because the government of the Virgin Islands funds its local match to the Medicaid, to the federal Medicaid funds through appropriations to the health centers. The other reason is because after 2009, when the government had shuttered most of its community health clinics, the FQHCs on St. Thomas East End Medical had been picking up all of the risk, financial risk for carrying individuals who have absolutely no ability to pay. So we're really before you for two reasons. One is to discuss the increasing costs associated with the local match, and the second is to appeal to the legislature for additional funding to support the uncompensated care number that we write off annually because of individuals who have no ability to pay and can't be spread with government health facilities.
So let's start from right there. What is your number represented for uncompensated care at the medical center?
And I'm going to take you back to our fiscal year 2019 come forward. In 2019, the health center wrote off accumulated $715,000 of bad debt, that is uncompensated care. In 2020, we accumulated $572,000 of bad debt that was subject to write-off. In 2021, that's $624,000 of bad debt. We are still accumulating or calculating the numbers for 2022, since this year's not quite over.
Very well. And in your reference to bad debt, is that the total amount that represent uncompensated care, or the one that obviously weren't paid for or remedied by the government of the Virgin Islands, central government?
That is primarily the uncompensated care number. Those represent primarily self-pay which are those individuals who would marginally qualify for a sliding fee and would not qualify for Medicaid presumptive eligibility because of various reasons.
Can you speak to what effort was made to remedy those uncompensated amount prior to it being written off as bad debt?
Well, we've done a number of things, and one thing that we do every year, and I think the record would reflect this, is that we, in our budget requests coming forward, we've always identified those numbers as an area for consideration by the legislature, since most of those individuals, that risk would have been spread across government health facilities if in fact they were more in line with providing the services. The other that we do is we have implemented a number of collection efforts, financial counseling collection efforts, and so forth among the patients themselves in an attempt to collect them. Individuals who may qualify for presumptive eligibility, we've ramped that up to bring them in line with Medicaid eligibility, but the vast majority of those persons, based on our information, don't qualify for Medicaid.
1 minute.
Okay, and in regards to funding that you have received outside of the central government funding, can you speak to any other federal funding that you received from the local government? Well, you know, that was sent on, such as the COVID CARES money or any other funding that you receive from the central government as a result of federal funding support and stipends?
We have received no additional monies other than our appropriation from central government.
No COVID fund, no CARES money, nothing?
We received no money at all from the central government, other than the appropriation that comes through the legislature.
Time.
Any stipends, Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up right now. Any stipends from whether it's premium pay or any other stipends for employees work during the COVID?
We haven't received any stipends or other funds. The premium pay is going through its process now. We've submitted all of our required documentation to the Office of Management and Budget, and we are awaiting disbursement of those funds.
And let me conclude by asking, is there any delta, any amount that's not reflected in this budget that you're asking this body to support during this fiscal year?
Well, we are asking. I'm sorry, Senator. We're asking
My
for.
time has been called back, the chair will be answering his time.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Francis. You may proceed on that, sir.
Thank you, Senator. We're asking for our normal ask each year, which is $2.9 million.
Which is, say that again?
We're asking for our normal ask each year, which is $2.9 million. So the answer is we're asking for 2.9, which is our normal ask, which we believe would satisfy that ongoing gap.
Okay, and you received 2.1 this year, correct?
Was it 2.1? Yeah, yes, we did. We received 2.1.
And what is the local match for the Medicaid? Do you have a number?
The local, well, I know the percentage. I understand the percentage is going to be shifting back to 55-45 unless otherwise changed.
As of when?
I think my understanding is that the special exemptions are expiring, and
the date. You have a date? I thought it was a 1-year extension. If it's going to expire,
I think it expires closer to the end of this year. I don't have the exact date in memory right now, but it's in the latter part of this year that expires.
So right now you're being compensated at 83%?
Yes.
Okay. And what would be that difference? What would be the impact of going back to 55%?
Well, the impact is that the gap would widen unless otherwise funded through other means, particularly through the legislature, hopefully. But the gap would widen. The federal monies would stay constant because those are always paid first, and then the gap would widen unless the appropriation increases.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the testifiers.
Good
And
morning.
good morning to my colleagues.
Morning.
Before we start, let me just ask, I continue to see the sign as I pass on the highway. What's the status?
We are in architectural engineering plan development. We've been for a bit. We've hit a road bump in that a determination has to be made on the road coming through that area, the Leonardo Trotman Road. In this sense, we are looking at whether the beginning of the road and whether there will be public sewage and water coming through that area that we will be able to connect to. It will be about 2 years of construction for our project. So we're in conversations. The alternative is that the health center would have to fund a 1 million-gallon cistern and a wastewater plant, treatment.
So who are you
plant.
in conversations with about the, because that's a huge part of the success of that construction, of that project, so.
Yeah, we have been in contact with Public Works, with Waste Management, and others regarding that. I think the conversation is still ongoing, but that is where we are. We have first level schematics already completed.
So as far as your financing, are you well on your way as it relates to the financing?
Well,
of the project?
we have term sheets and so forth already through a private funding with USDA rural development secured funds.
I see.
But we are at a juncture where the cost of the construction is really what is at question, given the consideration regarding that phase of the road.
Okay. Well, thank you for the information.
You're welcome.
I think it's an important project.
Yes.
It definitely serves our community. So if there is anything that the legislature can do, I think that we really need to have the conversation as it relates to the infrastructure. I know that we recently passed legislation in that area to continue the road project going behind the mall area. We definitely did not want to ensure that we're not impacting the residents of Old Tutu in particular. Mm-hmm. So that road was to go through the entrance of the mall, the top entrance of the mall. So I know that in that project there is some infrastructure that should be included, but I think that infrastructure is only lights and the sidewalks. So we need to have a deeper conversation around the sewage, etc., the sewer lines and stuff, and most importantly the water line coming in there. So we could have a further conversation around that. But let me just get to the budget. I know my colleague asked about the uncompensated care. What is your overall annually? What do you expend?
1 minute.
Our entire expenses.
Yes. What are your entire expenses on an annual basis? And let me ask you, I know that, in past years we've talked about the challenges that we've had with the Medicaid program here and your relationship with the Department of Human Services and the presumptive eligibility. We've done walkthroughs with you. We've done a lot of work, but what I'm trying to ask this morning is working. Is it working? Have you seen an improvement in you receiving your Medicaid reimbursement in a timely fashion?
Thank you for that question, and also thank you for your outreach with the project. The total expenses, we average about $12 million a year in expenses.
Okay.
That is revenues.
2 million? About 1.2?
It'll be about 1.2 if you include those the numbers that we have to write off. The relationship with Medicaid, with all of everyone's input and support, has improved substantially. We are the communication has improved. We're about, I would say, between 30 and 60 days out in terms of payments, which is a vast improvement from years prior. And the relationship with the program itself is substantially improved. So thank you for all your efforts.
Okay, I have one last question, Mr. Chair, because my time has been called.
You may proceed.
But it's right back to the Medicaid program. You projected some 2.4 million in FY 2022. Is it as of 7/31? So are you projecting more? And this is posted at page 3 of 11.
Okay.
And why is the numbers lower for FY 2023 for the Medicaid program? If that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, can you speak to the line specifically so I
Okay,
could?
I'm looking at the wrong one. It's on page 4. It says 1.8
Page 4 of the
of the post-audit report.
okay.
Yes, 1.8 on page 4. The question is that a projection up to this report, or that's the projection that you're
That's the
seeing
retro
up to the
claim.
close of this fiscal year?
Is the retro
And why
claim.
is your numbers for FY 2023
The retro claim.
$250,000 less than, or 14% less than your projections for FY 2023?
Thank you for that
Less
question.
than 2022, sorry.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that is the line for the retro claim receipts.
Okay,
Okay, and
so tell me where the Medicaid line is.
I'm on there.
I think what happened is that when we submitted, we specifically highlighted the retro claim amounts that we received, so that the legislature could be clear in terms of what we received and how we applied it. So the monies for Medicaid is wrapped into our program income line.
So that's under your non-appropriated?
Excuse me?
Is that under your non-appropriated funds?
Yes, the program income, the Medicaid receipts are non-appropriated.
So what are you anticipating for FY 2023? Is it a higher number? Because I'm seeing lower numbers. That's what
Well,
I'm asking.
the lower number that you see of 250, we're anticipating a lower.
Why?
I'm sorry.
Why?
Based on the information we received through Human Services, that the retro claim reimbursement for this year would be lower than previous year. So
Because of the possibilities of the rate going back to the old reimbursement rate.
That's part of what we understand.
All right, thank you. Thank you
You're
for your
welcome.
response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So I know that there was a proposal in the Build Back Better Act, but that hasn't passed, to make the 83% permanent for the territories, but that is still languishing in the U.S. Senate. So the present legislation, you're not sure as to when it expires?
It should be, well, it's expiring, I don't know the exact date off the top of my mind, but it's expiring sometime this calendar year.
Okay.
And just to add a little more clarity for Senate President Fred Gregory's question, the retro claim line is actually one-time payment. Okay, thank you.
And do you get the retro claim monies directly, or that goes to the central government and then dispersed?
It came in the most recent. It came as payments against claims, so it went through the claims reimbursement process.
And the 800,000 additional that you're asking for, what would that be utilized for? We moved it up to 2.1 last year. OMB sent back down 2.1. You're requesting 2.9. What is the additional 800,000 going to cover?
Well, that monies would cover one, to meet the gap in uncompensated care, two, to adjust for the increased cost of delivering services, increased costs of labor. We, in terms of employee compensation, increased cost in every category of delivering care, facilities costs, cost of supplies.
So there's nothing with expansion of services
We
in the 800,000.
it includes expansion of services because our services have already expanded. We've expanded in behavioral health. We've expanded in case management. So this would support that expansion that we've already been experiencing.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the Medicaid retro claim. I think it was a good question. So you indicated that that you've received the funds direct?
Yes, we did.
Direct from finance, how direct?
It came through finance directly as a Medicaid payment.
So is it one for one? Is it tied to your exact claims? And the reason why I'm asking that question is because the last time we had this whole Medicaid retro conversation, it came to the legislature.
Mm-hmm.
And then the legislature dispersed. I think that's why the chair was asking the question. So I need to be clear. Is it, if you were to go back and do the calculation, is it tied to what you submitted? What's the period that claim came through? Is there an audit that we can see that clearly shows that what you submitted as your claims is what you received back?
It's tied to the cost reports for those years, which speaks specifically to claims against services rendered. So they're tied specifically to.
So that's
the
tied
claims.
specifically to your entity.
Claims, yeah, our entity and our claims.
All right,
Correct.
thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And you were saying that you received no COVID funds?
We received no COVID funds through the local government. No.
Okay, but did you receive COVID funds?
We received some COVID funds through federal grants that we applied to.
How much?
Last year, we received approximately $900,000.
Are you due to receive any more?
The COVID funding periods has expired, so no, we're not anticipating any additional COVID funding. And the grants that we received has also expired. They expired earlier in the year.
Okay, now Department of Health still have access to COVID funds, though, right?
I can't speak specifically to
They
that.
do.
I don't have any knowledge of that directly.
ARPA funds, American Rescue Plan Act, have you received any?
We received some ARPA funds directly through HRSA. And with those, we augmented staffing and behavioral health in some other areas to support.
How much did you receive?
It's $929,000 spread over 3 years. So that's approximately 300 and change per year.
So the 900 and let me go to the next senator and then I'll drill down because perhaps they would expand on that. Senator DeGraff, you recognize. Senator, oh, you met him here. Okay, when I came. Let's take a 1 minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Before we go to Senator Bolquez, can you give me a breakdown of your program income?
About 55% is Medicaid.
Can you go back to the breakdown for this year? Actual numbers, your actuals this year? How much is Medicaid? How much is insurance? How much is self-pay?
Yeah, what was submitted most recently is actually the actuals. Are you asking under this? This is how we broke it down based on the submission. But if you're asking for the percentage of where what revenues the program income, I could provide that for you.
Okay, your program income thus far collected is 4,712,132, and that was at the end of July.
Well,
July 31st. So you had 2 months ago.
No, that number, we're operating on 2 different fiscal years.
Okay, let's focus on this fiscal year. As of 7/31/2022, what is the program income?
As of 7/31.
Your fiscal year starts the same as the government fiscal year?
I'm not sure when Frederick says begins, but we start March 1 to February 28th.
You start March 1
to February 28th. That's the period of our 330 grant.
Okay, so March 1 of 2021 to February 28th of 2022, what was your program income?
Our total program income revenue was $6,846,114.19.
Okay, and that was at the 83%.
Excuse me?
That was at the 83%.
That was at the larger percent, and that doesn't include certain adjustments based on contractual issues. So when you put the adjustments in of 2,133,000, it brings it back to 4 million and change.
No, so okay, program income, Medicaid, insurance, self-pay.
Yeah. It makes up Medicaid, Medicare, self-pay, private insurance make up our program income.
Okay, so what percentage of your overall program income is Medicaid?
Medicaid is about 50%.
Medicare?
Yeah, Medicaid is about 50%.
And Medicare?
Medicare is approximately 10%.
Insurance?
Insurance is about 15%.
Self-pay?
About 25%.
Okay. Senator Bolquez, you recognize.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
East End Medical.
Good morning.
A quick question concerning, in your testimony, you mentioned a 3-year strategic plan. Could you share some of the key focus points of that strategic plan before I get into the financial questions?
Yes. Retention and recruitment of providers, succession planning, workforce development, community engagement and outreach in terms of getting services to the community, rather than having community exclusively come into the center. And financial stability is always a pillar of that strategic plan.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
In your testimony, page 13, you mentioned $240,500 for utilities. And I'm looking at the post auditor's report, and I see that utilities are spread out throughout the table. And after crunching some numbers, I came up with about 478,608, which is relatively higher than the 240. that you're projecting. Would that be because different funding sources? Could you kind of let us know how?
I'm sorry. The number that reflected in our submission reflects that which would be charged against the VI government appropriation.
Okay, and the rest of it would come out of federal
The
funding?
other with federal and program income sources.
Okay, very well.
Other sources.
Very well. One other thing I did not see is maintenance. There were no maintenance line items in the post-auditor's report, nor any mention in your testimony. Do you not pay any maintenance fees? Do you not have maintenance at the medical center?
We are, thank you for that question. As you know, we are housed in Tutu Park Mall. Part of our lease payment goes to common area cost, and the maintenance that we do are not primarily around infrastructure. Those would be very minor types of maintenance in terms of us painting the interior. So we don't do any major maintenance efforts as one would if one owned the facility.
Noted. Likely when you build a new facility, that would be something that would have to be considered as well.
Correct.
Okay. Revenue generation versus operational expenses. I know that you're not able to generate as much revenue because of the nature of your business, one would say. But how do you pick up on that shortfall? How do you maintain the facility? Is it through your programs, program funding?
That is a question that keeps all of us in healthcare up at night. And I think that I believe that there's not one healthcare facility that, particularly now, that's not balancing that response. The operational funds in terms of program income monies, based on our payer mix, has to be offset by other funds. And what we have been successful in doing is applying for other sources of funds to support that over the many years. More recently, we brought in different lines of services, including behavioral health. We're just about to launch our 340B program and do substantial outreach to different elements in our payer mix to offset that which we have had to write off over the many years simply because of the nature of our business.
Understood. In the grant section, I'm noticing a 330 program in addition to a federal 330. I'm not familiar with this, so I'd like to get some more information on that.
Yeah, the 330/federal 330 is actually one and the same. That is funding under the 330 section of the Public Health Act that funds federally qualified health centers. It is a cluster grant, so in that funding there are several different elements of funding under the 330 statute that comes together to fund the federally qualified health centers and other health facilities that qualify under that statute.
So the 330 program income would also be a part of that.
Yeah, that is program income. That is what qualifies us to receive what we call prospective payments through the Medicaid and through CMS, Medicaid and Medicare.
Time.
Okay. One more question, Mr. Chair, please. Thank you. The American Act Rescue Plan. Why is the number so low?
We received as mentioned earlier, we received a grant of $929,000 thereabout that spread over 3 years. So it's not a $900,000 per year. It's spread over 3 years, and we presented a justification for supporting staff to expand services and to shore up workforce development and protection, emergency protection of staff related to COVID and COVID responses, but primarily to expand services.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Bolquist. So presently, I'm researching and trying to find this rate, and I'm seeing everything saying FY 2022, 55%. Are we back to the 55% right now? Who's making the submissions that could tell me whether or not you're getting 83?
Can I ask my
She can come into the world.
revenue cycle?
Yes. Good.
Street. I'm the revenue manager for St. Thomas Eastern Medical Center.
1 minute. Repeat your name and title again.
Donna Street. I'm the revenue manager for the St. Thomas Eastern Medical Center Corporation.
What is the present reimbursement rate?
It is not 55%, 45 share right now based on the pandemic. Actually, in the pandemic right now, we were actually getting 93% on the dollar from Medicaid. So we're currently at that rate.
As recent as last month?
As last month. Yes, sir.
And do you know when that expires?
No, I'm not privy to that information.
Okay. You guys need to do that type of research, because it impacts your ability to function. So you need to know exactly when that rate expires, because that's going to be a determination as to whether or not you're going to be able to function. Because if you're going from 93 to 55%, that's a tremendous cut. Have you guys done any lobbying? Have you written to the delegate to Congress? Written to...
Through the chair, yes. We've been in discussion with the delegate's office as well as our federal partners regarding that, as well as the National Association of Community Health Centers, which is our overall lobbying group.
And what's the feedback?
The feedback that we received, that it looks favorable, that it may be extended not at the 93 but at a lower rate, well above the 55%.
It was in the Build Back Better Act, but that is stuck.
Yes.
So,
yeah, that's why I say it's in process.
I don't even know if it's in process, because the Build Back Better Act has been stuck for the entire year, and they pulled out parcels of that and passed this new Inflation Act. I'm just a bit bothered by the fact that a lot of our federal programs are expiring and going back to what it was, and we don't have any indication as to whether or not there will be an extension. And these are all programs that are going to affect the Virgin Islands. Senator DeGraff, you go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. How much money is there you need?
2.9.
Only?
On the conservative end, 2.9.
You see, when I heard 2.1, and then when Mr. Chair asked you the difference between the 2.1 and the 2.9, employee compensation run across my ear, I want to start right there. If you're asking the same amount, now, when last have your employees received a wage increase?
We've done wholesale employee compensation adjustments in November.
Okay. And can you sustain it in the 23 budget based on 2.1?
It will be a challenge, given that the gap in self-pay and program income, but so far we have been able to do so, and we will do other creative things to support them.
Okay, so I vote for 2.9. So I'm still sticking with 2.9. You can't convince me to go lower. Now, health insurance. You have the same health insurance as the government. When do you anticipate an increase on your health insurance?
We are currently a signatory to the group health insurance. As part of our exercise in looking at all expenses, we are looking at options to that, but no decision has been made. So it is a possibility, if agreed upon by our board, that we may be in a different health insurance scheme, which would save the health center about $300,000 a year.
Okay,
for comparable health care.
That's good to hear. I see you have a housekeeper / translator in the post-audit report. Is that so?
We have several employees who are also bilingual who support translation services.
Okay, they could use a little more compensation for that, though, because they are two top-notch careers. Housekeeping and translating the two top-notch careers. So they could use a little more compensation for that. Capital outlay. Now, I know you're working on the new facility on Hartman property. What's the total number we're looking at to build, complete that facility?
We're looking at approximately 6.5 million.
6.5 million?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's a good number. Now, in phases, what would be the phase one that you say you have the A&E, you have funding for that allocated already?
Yeah, that's the architectural engineering. We received funding through the capital improvement program.
Okay.
Under the Office of the Governor via Office of Management Budget that covers the architectural engineering. The construction piece is being funded. We have term sheets already for the 100% financing for that phase. We are now, up against that block, looking at what that actual cost will be, given the sewage and portable water issue.
Okay, so the 6.5 doesn't cover the possible cistern or waste treatment.
That wasn't anticipated. If in fact we'll have to look at scaling the building differently.
1 minute.
Okay, now overall, has your volume of services gone up or down?
Our volume of services is substantially increasing back to pre-pandemic levels. We are...
Stop rating. That's my justification rating. 2.9. No law. That's it. Your volume of services are increasing, going back to pre-pandemic. That's my justification. I'm going to stick to that. You don't have to say any more. Now, outstanding vendors. Do you owe any outstanding vendors?
We have we have a aging of about between 30 and 60 days. So we have some vendors that we owe for 30 and 60 days out based on our aging report.
And you have funding to cover that?
The funding is always a challenge, given the gap that we've seen post-pandemic in self-pay. So it's a balancing act to ensure that we satisfy our vendors and maintain relationships.
The 30 to 60 days that you have in vendors, are they also prior existing vendors that you owe, or just recent vendors that you owe?
Well, I'll let Mr. Bain speak to that more directly.
Could you explain what you mean by prior vendors? Because we pretty much are consistent with the vendors we stay with. So, I mean, we keep a continuous annual relationship with vendors.
Okay, so nothing prior that you just keep compounded.
Correct.
Okay, good. But like I say, in terms of me justifying that is volume of services going up. Healthcare is your passion, and that's what you do, and you provide a great service. So, I stand in support of you guys 100%. And then down the road, we go for more, but 2.9, nothing less. We ain't fumbling, we ain't stuttering, we ain't guessing. When they ask how much you want, 2.9, say it loud. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Point of inquiry.
Sound like a personal thing. There is Senator DeGraff. I want to welcome Senator General Sorrow, committee member. Thank you for joining us. Senator Francis, you recognize. Point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, I wanted to get the medical center proposed budget for FY23. What is the total amount?
The recommended amount sent from OMB was 2.1, but our
No.
the amount that we're seeking, the amount that we're seeking.
Mr. Smith, the question is the overall proposed budget for the medical center overall.
Oh. It's just shy of 12 million, 11,677,374.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Repeat the number, please.
11,677,374.6.
Okay. Now, in reference to the health insurance, I know you were trying to switch. You're still currently in August paying Cigna,
Correct.
and you're going to pay Cigna until the expiration September 30th.
Our board hasn't made any determination to switch, so we're still by contract on the Cigna.
And we do have a legal contract.
Yes.
Okay, so come October 1st, what are the plans? And I ask that, let me preface that question. I ask that because we are going to ratify an agreement from Cigna in perhaps 2 weeks. And that agreement is going to include and not include certain entities. So if that agreement is ratified and you sign on to that particular agreement, then that is binding until September 30th of 2023. So if you're going to be doing something separate, we would need to know before the contract comes before the legislature first. And second, if you're doing something separate, it can be done because it's going to save money if you're not going to afford the exact same, I would say, rights that are included under the present Cigna contract. I don't want to save money and then we reduce what is available to the employee. So what you're looking at is similar to the Cigna plan in terms of everything that is covered under the plan, mental.
Through the chair, yes, it's similar and superior in certain areas.
Okay. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think I heard the reason for the move is because the offerings are better,
Correct.
more attractive. Do you care to share, or are you in a position to share what entity that is?
We're not currently because we're still in negotiations, but once those are complete and the board is give favorable consideration, we will
and I asked a
definitely do so
question
before.
because I think I know that the GSC board does a really good job of, trying to ensure that we are able to get the best possible package. But I really believe it's time for us to expand our search and to have deep dive conversations around our health insurance. For as long as I've served in this institution, and I believe before, since the 32nd legislature, this body has been supplementing the increase. And it's going to come a time, and I don't know if it's this year, where we're not going to be able to do that. So we really need to make sure that we're getting the bang for our buck and we are really able to, secure policies that really serve the people. So I'm very interested in, I guess off the record,
Yes.
hearing what you guys are doing because, in leadership, we have to be innovative and we have to take risks. So I I'm not really happy to hear that because then it could create some imbalance for us on our side of the house as it relates to our costs with your staff departing from the policy. But it also says to us as leaders on the government side that, we have to expand our lens on that look as it relates to our insurance. So I'll be happy to hear how you guys are doing that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We will definitely open to sitting with you off the record.
Thank you so much. Senator James, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I saw where you reference housekeeping translator, and just to dig a little deeper, as far as the languages that the housekeeping/translator speaks, can you let us know? Because I know on the island of St. Thomas, we have a growing population of people from Haiti, and I just would like to know what are the languages that the translator speaks?
This particular individual speaks English and Haitian Creole. There's a feedback. But it should also be noted. There's feedback.
Yeah, we get the feedback. Try now again, Senator James.
Yeah, the question was asked, so it's just for him to go ahead and answer the question.
Okay, thank you for that. This particular individual speaks English and Haitian Creole, but it should be noted regarding language and interpretation services that we have a number of staff that are bilingual in both English, Haitian Creole, and Spanish. We also have at least 2 other services that we use to provide translation services for all our patients.
And of course, while we do want to remain responsible with the finances, as far as the other individuals, not saying all across the board you should do so, but are they compensated when it comes to their salary? Is it factored in as far as the convenience of having those individuals speaking a different language, or is just something that just happens naturally? Because the reason I'm saying that, because you're setting precedents when you have housekeeping / translator. So I want to find out what's going on there.
Through the chair, yes, they are. That is considered in all of our compensation formulas.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And I see where you have a behavioral health director and behavioral health director executive assistant. I see a disparity between the salaries, and I know it's based off of qualifications, but as far as what you're doing for St. Thomas, well, my piece.
1 minute.
As far as what you're doing for the island of St. Thomas, because I know on the island of St. Croix, the Frederick Said Health Clinic do offer similar services. Can you let us know the success of having those individuals on board and what you have been able to do with having those 2 individuals?
Yes, and just doubling back to the question before, the translator / housekeeper is not the primary translator that we use for the facility. In terms of the director of behavioral health, that is a psychiatrist. So our director is a psychiatrist, board certified in adult and adolescent psychiatry. So the difference in pay is because that individual is a board certified psychiatrist who actually sees patients and provides services in psychiatry to patients.
And the latter part of the question is, as far as your services that you have been able to provide, the success of that program, how many individuals you have seen in FY 2022? I want to see some numbers and some data to find out by having those 2 individuals.
I believe I'm sorry, through the chair. I believe I provided some of those numbers in my initial testimony. On page...
Time.
Let me find this. In my opening testimony, I believe I provided some of those numbers.
Speak into the mic.
I'm sorry.
Go to page 7.
Let's see.
You have it.
So here it's in the essence of time. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask one last question, and I guess when
through the chair.
1 minute, Mr. Smith. Let him finish, and then we'll allow you to answer the question. And he's also asking the next question right now. Go ahead, Senator James.
Yes, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, the answer he's about to give, he can answer that when I'm finished with this last question. I see where you have the pediatric dental program, and I think you are projected for an allotment of $45,000, but it mentions here that dental pediatric surgical procedures for patients that qualify. So can you just place on the record what qualifies an individual to be a part of this program, and how many individuals benefited from this program in FY 2022?
Okay, I'll answer the initial question. We served 3,271 patients under our behavioral health program?
You got confused this step. I asked a question and then you go on to the next question.
No, he was answering the first question and then he's going to answer the second. The first question that you asked, he's trying to answer that. And then he's
Yeah,
gonna,
but I told him. I'll go ahead, buddy. What's it?
no, you asked the first question and then you asked the second. So he's responding to the first question and then he's going to respond to the second. Which question do you want him to respond to? It's your time. Which question you wanted to respond to?
I told him while he's looking for the answer for that question, let me go to the next question. And when I'm finished asking that question, he can go back to the first question. Whatever is whatever. As long as we get the information. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
It doesn't make a difference in which order as long as we have the answer to both questions. Okay. So you may go ahead and proceed.
Okay, the question, through the chair, the question regarding the number of behavioral health patients that we're seeing last calendar year, the number is 3,271 patients we're seeing through behavioral health.
Okay, 1 minute before you go on to the second. That's encounters, that's not patients.
I'm sorry. Correct.
The 3,000 number represents how many patients?
Those are patient visits, I'm sorry.
Which are encounters?
Which are encounters, I'm sorry.
Repeat individuals. How many total behavioral health patients did you see? Okay, and while you're looking for that, go ahead to the second question with pediatric dental service.
Can we restate the second question just to make sure I'm answering it explicitly?
It was in reference to pediatric dental care?
Okay.
Number of patients, services provided. How do you qualify? You made something about qualifying for pediatric dental care. How do you qualify for that?
All individuals who are pediatric qualify. There is no eligibility formula to be a patient under pediatrics. I think the qualifying question that was indicated were those who require that type of service, that type of screening service under pediatrics.
Mr. Chair, I also asked about the enrollment because I want to find out with the allotment that we have in place, how many individuals benefit from that program who are qualified. We're trying our best to find out the data so we can find out if the program needs improvement, what can we work on. That is the reason why I asked the question.
You may answer.
So the question is the number of dental patients we have. Because all persons who are eligible qualify. So there's no discriminatory eligibility that screens people out from dental services. So the question is whether the total amount of dental patients that we have, and if you give us a second, I'll be able to pull up that number and respond before we leave.
And do you have the mental health number of patients?
We can pull that up also. If you give us 1 second, I'll get that for you. Can I ask our clinical compliance officer to come forward and respond directly to those inquiries? Dr. Testifiers.
Okay, and I want to just remind you can sit right there. You can come with it. The allotment from the general fund is $2.1 million. That is from the general fund. The total income for East End Clinic is over $10 million when you put in federal grants and you put in program income, etc. So you're not seeing. You got to go to the program income part to see exactly how much monies are utilized for personnel and fringe and all of those other areas. So remember that we're only 25% of the total budget for East End Clinic. And in reference to pediatric care or pediatric dental care, there's always a need for expansion because we have so many dental patients that are not being served. I'd like to go to the last senator for her round of questioning. And when you get those numbers, if you can provide it to me, pediatric dental care and mental health. You have those numbers, ma'am?
Yes, good morning. I'm Dr. Tess Richards. I am a physician and I do quality and compliance for the center. The answer to the how many patients we're seeing on mental health is 414 in 2021.
And pediatric dental?
Pediatric dental I do not have.
Okay.
That's dental is different from what I do. I don't do dental.
Okay, 414. That's a good
Correct.
number. That's a high number. Senator Saru, you recognize.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I just have a point of inquiry quickly. Dr. Richards, you went to...
Good morning.
Morning. You went to the American University in the Caribbean
Yes,
for
I
med
did.
school?
I did.
And you're very successful, right?
I have been so far,
Okay,
yeah.
I just wanted to hint to the chair. We talk about med schools in the Caribbean. Here's our product right here before us.
And I'm right back home.
Yeah, so I just wanted to... When I heated debate last budget season about that. So there's a product before us, Mr. Chair.
That is correct.
All right. Quickly, so let's, the change in insurance, Mr. Smith, does the employees know that they're having a change in insurance? Has that been communicated with staff?
It has not been communicated yet because
Has not?
Because the decision hasn't been made.
Okay, so you understand how that could kill employee morale, that we're talking about changing insurance on the Senate floor, but the employees are not even aware that this may be in the pipeline?
A decision has been made by the board or anyone that insurance would be changed. So once a decision is made, we will go through that process with our staff.
Okay, but communication is also key, to tell the employees, there may be something coming on the pipeline and this is the comparison, so if we could improve on that. Now quickly, when you came before us last year, you were the year before actually, according to my notes, you were given a raise in 2021 for 2017, correct?
I'm not.
My budget book is 4 years old. I don't have any more pages, so I have a pad today. But in my 2021 notes, you indicated that you were giving raises to the staff for the year 2017. Can you hear me?
I could barely hear you. I'm sorry. I could hear you, but not clearly. Sorry.
So in my 2021 notes, it indicated that you were giving raises for dating back to 2017. So the raise that you're referring to, what year are we compensating employees for?
We did not do retroactive raises because the funds don't support that.
So your raise is what? For just
we did substantial across-the-board raises effective October of 2021.
So those raises were just for the fiscal year 2021 moving forward? How did you implement the raise? Was it just a 5% raise, 20% raise, 10%, or did you calculate what was owed to employees for previous years? How did
to begin with, we didn't have any previous year of monies owed to employees, so I want to put that on the record. We did a market assessment and brought our wages in line with where the market was to ensure that.
Who conducted that assessment?
Excuse me?
Who conducted the assessment?
We had a market analysis done by UVI. We used portions of that, and we also did.
So UVI did an assessment for STEAM CC?
UVI did a market analysis for us, and we also pulled from a National Association of Community Health Centers that does annual assessments on healthcare worker salaries.
Okay, I have a few more questions on the raises, but I only have 4 minutes. Translation. I know for a fact your employees are doing translations. Are they being credited for translations? Those that are doing it? Are you compensating them for that?
Let me place this.
Is a yes or no? Are you? Because we have the same issue at the public defender's office. This is in addition to their regular responsibilities. So are we compensating them for that?
I'm going to ask Ms. Crawford to respond to that.
Yes, good morning. Again, my name is Renee Crawford, and it should be noted that those individuals that you see, like for maintenance / translator, translation is not their primary.
So the question is, I only have 1 minute. I don't mean to rush you.
Sure, it's
Are
not
we,
a rush.
Are we fairly compensating them for the additional responsibilities?
Yes, we do.
You sure?
I'm very certain.
I know at least 2 that are translating, and I don't think they're being compensated for the additional responsibilities. So if we could look into that, I'd appreciate that. Now let's talk about the GRS. You move from your employees being in GRS to a 403B?
Yes.
403B, right?
Yes.
Time.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so quickly, I know some of those employees, they haven't received their GRS payments. Do we plan to make those employees whole? Because I asked you this last budget season, and you told me that you're going to work on it.
Yeah,
Because you moved them to a new. Hold a second, because I don't want the stenographer to give me the look. They moved to a whole new plan, and their money is somewhere else. So what was? And you promised me you're going to have a discussion with GRS. What's the outcome of that?
Well, I'll say this: all employee contributions have been received by the employer, by employees. Those monies that they contribute to
the
GRS,
tenured employees.
Excuse me.
The tenured employees.
All employees who were.
Mr. Smith, you have employees that call our office that are looking for their payments.
If I can complete, all employees received their employee contributions from GRS. The employer contributions we have in litigation, and we're hoping that sometime soon that litigation will close. All of the procedural matters have been completed, and we're waiting now for the judge to make a determination on that.
I'm a little concerned in how we did the transfer, because we can't just put employees into a 403B plan, don't see it through from step 1 to step 10, and then we turn around and we tell employees, okay, hold off, we're in litigation, and litigation could take years to conclude. So, I mean, that's just...
Yeah, but just to put on the record, that description isn't accurate.
Okay,
the health center is a private, non-government entity.
Yes.
And by statute, by law, we are not eligible to be members in GRS.
Correct.
So as such, in the transition out, GRS sent correspondence to each of our employees indicating to them that they're not members of GRS, and we're in the process of making that last piece, which are the employer contributions, whole. So it's not merely a matter that the health center arbitrarily decided that we're changing pension schemes. We are not eligible as members of GRS because we're not a public entity. And we are going through the process, painstakingly so, to make our employees whole.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask one question, please?
One final question, Senator.
Thank you. Let's go to the leases briefly. I just need some clarification here because I'm a bit confused because the post-audit report doesn't really have dates and times. So the Hartman land lease, you've been paying the Hartman land lease from 2018?
2018, correct.
And that's at the tune of $50,500?
A year.
A year?
Correct.
Okay, and how long is that lease for?
We have that lease. That lease is, if you use the accumulated time of the lease, it's just under 100 years.
Under 100 years?
Correct.
In addition to paying the $757,133 at the mall?
Until we move, which will be after our construction.
So is that sustainable, Mr. Chair? I just wanted to know, between paying the lease and then the rent and then the cost of construction, just from a financial point, is it sustainable for STEAM CC?
Yeah, hopefully the entire process will lead to a reduction in the elimination of the $757,000 rent.
Correct, and it will afford us a number of other things to support offsetting that rent that we're paying to something that we build no equity in.
Okay, well, I want to go back to GRS.
Yes.
And give me a minute, Senator. How long has the East End Medical Center been established?
Since we incorporated in 2000, and the operations was transferred in 2004.
Have they been employees of STEAM that have retired under the GRS system?
Not that I know of. We have some folks at GRS in the process of settling this matter.
No, I ain't talking about settling. You got into the. How did you get into the system? Why did you start paying into the system?
I think what happened, based on looking at the documentation, when operations and certain operation elements was moved or ceased under the government and moved under the private entity, legislation was passed that grandfathered the health center into GRS, and when we look at
to include employees, right?
To include employees
that were already paying into the system,
and to include employees, all of whom, many of whom were separated at the time of the transfer, and what we have one employee left that is employee since 2004, which we maintain their payment for GRS based on GRS's definition. But the fact is that legislation shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, but you can't have two systems.
Excuse me?
You can't have two systems. You can't have one system in which you pay an individual employer contribution, and then you have this totally next system where they're phasing out. Now, you can have the next system where they're phasing out, but then your argument is that the employer contribution that was paid to the government employee retirement system should come back to STEAM so that can be investment income for that particular employee. And the present policy for GRS, if you want your money, you can get your money. But the employer contribution stays with GRS.
Well, I would say this. This is we're at odds with that supposition, and that's why it's in litigation. GRS had already settled on one aspect of that and returned our employer contributions. So
to GRS return employer contributions
for a segment of our employees already. So that this is in litigation. I really don't want to put on the record more, but we did receive through a settlement with GRS acknowledgement that that money belongs back to the health center.
Honestly, just from being the chair of finance for a number of years, all of these independent practices just causing the government a lot of total heartache and causing the system to become insolvent quicker. When you have entities that could just opt out, we opt out of insurance. All of these, every single one of these policies are based on numbers. We know that the more individuals in the GRS system, the better off the system is. We know that the more individuals under the health insurance, the cheaper costs that we get as a government of the Virgin Islands. So when you have entities that opt out, but yet receive monies from this body, it doesn't bode well for the entire system. Well, the GRS already bleeding money to have to go now and pay out X amount, whether it's 2, 3, 4, 5 million from their portfolio to go back to STEAM because STEAM has opted to create an independent plan is hard on the system. And what are you going to do? Investment income? You're going to say what, they owe you 8% investment income per year? There's a lot of.
Well, if I could just place one thing on the record regarding that, just so we're all generally clear, STEAM CC is a private entity. It's not a government entity. Doesn't qualify under the definition of an entity to be a member of GRS. And that is what's at the heart of this discussion right now. So it's in litigation, and it's taken its course. And in response to previous questions, it is our full intention and full aim to make all of our employees whole.
You're FQHC.
We are incorporated under the laws of the Virgin Islands as a private nonprofit.
No, you're a federally qualified health center, correct?
Yes, and a private entity.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Point of inquiry.
So, based on this conversation, I continue to be concerned about the ask. I don't believe that I have enough information to make an informed decision as it relates to the funding that's being asked for. So I acknowledge that STEAM CC is a private entity, and the ask is 2.9.
The ask is 2.9.
So the ask is 2.9, and we need to get information. So if you have the percentages of the breakdown of the revenues, then you have the revenues. We need the numbers.
Okay.
We need the numbers. What is the amount that you have generated thus far from Medicaid? What is the amount from Medicare, self-pay, insurance, et cetera, et cetera? That's important information because you are clear in your presentation that STEAM CC is a private entity. And I note that in the post-audit report that we make reference to the funding that's received from the government as a grant, but really it should be the amount to make up the difference between the Medicaid amounts that's not reimbursed. So give us the numbers so I could have a clear understanding as to whether or not, because I don't think you really justified your 2.9. So you gave percentages earlier, but I prefer to get dollar amounts, please. And I know you have the information, so
yeah, we
just
could
provide
that
it. So that helps me to understand what I'm doing and why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Correct.
So you have it?
Yes.
Let's hear it.
We'll provide that information prior to the week,
So you don't have it on you today?
Oh, you want to know? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you have the percentage.
Yeah,
if you got a percentage, that's mean you have the numbers, right?
Yeah, the Medicaid generated from March 22 to July 22 is $1,212,000. 1,212,313.
313.
Medicare is 619,898. Self-pay is 882,056. Private insurance 316,746.
Could you say that a little louder? 316.
746.
Okay, 746. So, my primary concern is a Medicaid. So you generated 1.2, and that's up to what period?
July 2022. March 2022 through July 2022.
Well, we operate on a fiscal year. So when you're making your calculations and making your presentations to us, based on what we're giving, it still needs to be on our fiscal year so we could truly understand the picture. Because if you give it to us in that manner, then we don't understand the picture. You see? So then if you need to provide that another time, I can accept that, but we need to see the picture based on how we allocate the funds to you.
We can provide that.
You see?
We can provide that.
Yeah, we need that information, and I'm going to close because I know that it was just a point of inquiry, but we need that information because you are clear that you are a private entity, and our responsibility is to provide that matching requirement. So we need to understand, because you asked for 2.9 with really no rhyme or reason.
Yeah.
So if you're going to argue that you're a private entity, then we also have to make sure that we are doing what we should do. And because you're standing your ground, so we have to make sure that we, because based on your 1.2, we're giving you more than enough.
Well, the other
right?
piece, Senator, is the uncompensated number, which is the self-pay. So we'll provide the numbers between October.
I calculated
and
that.
that was 700,000 one year, 500,000 next year.
Yeah.
Which is what the numbers that we gave were in our audited fiscal periods.
Right, but those are two different fiscal years, so we just dealing with one fiscal year at this point.
Well,
we gave you 2.1 last year, so the 2.1 should have taken care of the 700,000.
Not necessarily, because our fiscal year runs March through.
Okay. Whatever
September.
it runs.
Mhm.
Your numbers for one fiscal year was 700,000. The next fiscal year was 500,000, and we compensated or allotted 2.1 million for the GVI fiscal year. So did that $2.1 million cover uncompensated care? The match at 93%, we only have 7% match. You collected Medicaid is 50% of the 6 million, so 3 million. We only had 7% of that, which is a couple 100,000. So the 2.1 surpass your bad debt along with your uncompensated care. The issue, some of the issue I have, I'm going back to the to the retirement, and then I'm going to go to Senator Carrion. I'm coming right now. The switch over for the GRS or the retirement was when, last year or 2 years ago?
2019?
3 years ago.
2 going on 3 years, 2019.
Okay. And you had employees that were paying into GRS for how many years? 7, 8, 9 years?
The
oldest was what?
The well, we had employees who I think the oldest person, the longest person was the individual that's been there from 2004 and before, which is one individual.
Okay, and that was until, you said 2017, right?
No, they're still, GRS indicated to us they would carry those persons until retirement. So we pay their premium.
Okay, so you're well, GRS, you just won the case literally by saying they're going to carry that person, because I don't know how the litigation going to move forward when GRS is saying that that person qualifies. But my issue is that I hope that everybody knows that who switched over, that in 2017 they went back to step one. They went back to their first year of investing in a retirement system, because the program that you have is what? Is based on what?
It's
how much they put into the system is how much you're going to get out?
Senator VLA, again, Renee Crawford. The way our program works, an individual decides how much money they want to actually put into the program, but to back up just one brief moment, individuals have the opportunity, if they so desired, to roll over whatever monies they had in GERS to go into the 403B program. Then they went ahead and decided the dollar amount that they wanted to contribute on their behalf. St. Thomas East End actually does a dollar for dollar match for every employee who has decided to participate in the 403B program.
And it has saved you how much money?
I don't know those numbers, Senator VLA, off the top of my head, but I know it is a considerable amount. As you know, GERS has its own formula as to how much an employer is to contribute to every single employee.
Correct.
In addition to what the employee actually
Correct, and that's we have a very we have a good system. It gives a lot, but you're going from 23.5 employer contribution, 11% employee contribution, and now you're going to whatever the employee contribute is what the employer is going to contribute. So before it was like 2 to 1, a little more than 2 to 1 that the government was putting up in reference to what the employee is putting up. The government has a defined benefit program where they calculate your salary, and that's what you're going to receive after you retire for the rest of your life. The system that you're going to is what you put into the system. That's what you're going to get when you retire, based on how you calculate what you want the payout to be. Just about every study that have been done with that shows that within the first couple of years you're broke. You're broke because how much within 3 years what you put into the government retirement system is gone after retirement. So I just hope everybody know that while they might be paying less now, and then while 11% was mandated, now you're allowing the employee to put in whatever they want. So if the employee say, I'm only going to put in 5%, Then Eastern put in 5%, which saves you 18% that you would have had to put in if they were under the government program. So it saves a lot of money because individuals are going to be very happy. I'm not going to pay that 11% no more. Let me put aside 4 or 5%, and then the employer put aside 4 or 5%. But those same individuals, or whoever are the senators 20 years from now, they're going to have to deal with them because they're going to have uncompensated care and everything else. Yeah. And I hope that whatever is worked out, because GRS is covered under Cigna, well, United Healthcare, but we have a retirement insurance for our retirees that is very beneficial to our retirees. Is this new retirement system or new healthcare system that you're going to, is it going to protect those employees when they retire? And with your new retirement system, how is that going to work? Or if somebody retired at 58, they're going to have to wait until Medicare at 65 or 62 in order to get their health care issues covered. So we're looking at all type of cost saving stuff now. But that long term, because our retirees are covered under United Healthcare.
Yeah, that's one of the items that are still under negotiation.
But it probably ain't gonna work with your new retirement system because they're only going to be able to cash out what they put into the system. So if they have $200,000 there or $1 million there, they got to now try to determine, well, how much am I going to draw down every year, and how long do I expect to live, and there are a lot of factors when we go into retirement and healthcare system. But I will down there. That's a decision that was made by what is a private concern, but long term, I honestly, long term, I don't see it working out in the employees' best interest. It's gonna work out now. They're gonna get more money in the pocket, but down the line, they're going to pay severely for that switch. Severely. Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the beautiful people of the Virgin Islands. CEO Smith, good morning to you and your staff. I first would like to begin by commending you and your team for the work that you guys are doing. You're really filling a gap within our community. And sometimes I think where we would be if it wasn't for organizations as yourself and Frederiksted Health Clinic, where would our community be? So thank you very much to all the men and women who are in the trenches, continually providing the services to our community. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
So you are asking for 2.9, and I think you've been appropriated before 2.1. So we're talking about an increase of approximately $800,000. And yet I'm still not clear based on what was shared today on the justification for that increase. But let's dig in a little bit more into some of the questions I have here today. In regards to, I see, according to the post-audit report that we received, it seems like there's a decrease within the fringe benefits in various sections within the post-audit report, I mean, from various funding sources. Why is that decrease in fringe benefits?
Mr. Eric Baines will respond to that.
Hi, good morning, Eric Baines, CFO. As you're aware, we've been losing key providers, which we are desperately, looking and pursuing avenues in which to recruit new providers. But of course, as revenues decrease, the fringe benefits will decrease accordingly.
Well, I didn't see much of a decrease in personnel compared to fringe. But so what, how many vacancies do you have at this time? Vacant positions?
Currently, against the local budget, I believe there is one. Where's it?
against the local budget and against your federal and program
Yeah, give me 1 second, please.
budget?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm getting the personnel listed.
And while you do that, it also caught my attention that you don't have anything for capital outlays. Are there any maintenance or project plans that you have?
Yeah, we are currently in a lease facility, and the capital outlay is not captured under the lease facility that we're in. Now, in terms of the vacancies, we are actively recruiting for providers.
And I'm just asking the number of vacancies that you have. Total number.
The total number across all sources would be 7. And that
7.
7, and those include providers and other support staff. The provider staff is primarily against the federal and program income sides.
And then from the general government, from our appropriation, you only cover just one position. Is that correct?
Let me see here. That is.
So what percentage goes to personnel services from the funds that are appropriated by this body?
I would say about 90% of the funds go to personnel. The other amounts of the monies pays for 1/4 of utilities, but the local funds.
Speak into the mic. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. The local funds primarily cover the support staff. So about 90% covers support staff. The other portion covers 1/4 of operating expenses in terms of rent and utilities.
1 minute.
So when I look at the post-audit report, though, in Exhibit 7, that speaks about grants, you have grants awarded, and it's listed here that VA government grant, the 2.1. And when I go to, let me see, it's not this page. It says, let me see what page in the post-audit report speaks to funding just one position. So that's why I needed clarity on that.
Which page is that, Senator?
Page 6, professional services and contract. So I think that's just one that you outsource for $59,000.
Where's that? Page 6.
Time.
You referenced the post-audit report itself? Let me get that page.
Post-audit report,
Yeah.
Exhibit 8 and 9. Dr. Myers.
Myers is no longer does it.
Okay, page. Yes.
That's funded towards VIP.
Yeah, this individual is a OBGYN, and that's part-time, and we allocated the funding for that position against the local appropriation.
Okay. All right, and then the last thing, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Proceed.
Have you received any additional funding from the government separate and apart from what is appropriated through his body?
No.
For 22?
No, we have not.
Okay, so that means no type of COVID funding through the government, no ARPA funds through the government. So all you have received from the government is what you identify as VI grant for 21 for $2.1 million, right?
Correct. Correct.
All right, very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Curran. I think you said you received not from Not under the government per se, but you received $900,000 in COVID funds and $927,000 in ARPA funds.
Yes, over 3 years. So
Over 3
we
years.
still have 1 year left in the ARPA funds.
Okay. I'm looking at, let's take a 1 minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Just some final questions. I think we even went longer than I expected. I did a brief analysis quick of your personnel and fringe. And it scares me a bit. I look at the general fund. The general fund, personnel services, and the amount allocated for fringe. Fringe allocation is 12.7%. 12.7%. Program income, fringe, 15%. Federal funds, fringe, 16.7%. That's literally impossible. After you take out FICA and everything else, how are you paying for insurance? How are you calculating for insurance? How are you calculating for GRS? Central government, fringe, 46%. 46%. After you calculate the 23, and then the insurance is average cost of insurance is family package is $200 and something for a family, and the government pays 65%. The employee only paying 35. So the government is like double that, So based on these, after you take out FICA and everything else, you barely have anything to pay for insurance and fringe unless you're paying for it from someplace else. How are you paying for it? How much you pay FICA? Tell me the breakdown of your fringe. We'll go break down the fringe as to what you're paying for fringe. Who's your financial person?
Oh. Well, of course, as you indicated that the fringe
Wait, into the mic.
Sorry. As you indicated, when it comes to FICA, it's a set percentage. But then also, remember,
But your FICA isn't included in your fringe?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so
But also remember that with our retirement system, it's determined by what they choose to contribute into the retirement system, our 403B.
correct. And I'll go back there. That's part of where I have some issues. Your overall, if you do the direct calculation like I did, it works out to 12.7% general fund, 15% program income, federal fund 16.7%. That's what you have allocated for fringe. I'm backing out. FICA is what, 6%? 5 or 6? What's FICA?
7.65.
7.65?
Oh, the 6.2 plus 1.45.
So 7.6. Okay. You back out 7.6. Under the general fund, you only got 5% left to pay everything. How are you paying everything else? How are you paying, you got the individual income tax, you got Social Security. How are you paying everything else?
Well, under FICA, we cover life insurance, health insurance, dental insurance, disability.
That's separate.
I don't understand the question.
The FICA is a federal income tax. What I'm saying, you come up to the central government utilize a rate of some 40-something percent. You come up with that because we know it's 23.5% for a GRS. You come up with a percentage for the health insurance that's a mandated cost. Your health insurance alone under Cigna is more than 5 or 6 or 7%. So how did you come up with those numbers for fringe? The numbers are low. That's all I'm saying. The numbers don't afford you the ability to pay for all the various areas that need to be paid for. All of the standard deductions that come out of your paycheck. What are the standard deductions coming out of somebody's paycheck at Steam?
But it's contingent on what they choose to.
No, some are just standard though. Some you don't have a choice. Income tax and all that, you don't have a choice. When an employee gets a check, what are the mandatory costs that come out? FICA, what else?
FICA is mandatory, but insurance is not. It's if he choose to have the insurance.
So they have the option. It's not.
Correct.
And what is the portion that the employee pays for insurance?
I don't have that number.
Well, the employer, I want to know the breakdown. The central government is 65-35. What is the employer paying for insurance?
The same percentage that we pay.
Under the proposed plan or switching, what is going to be the breakdown of employee for insurance?
I really.
Okay, you can't discuss that.
We couldn't discuss that.
Okay, but my issue is.
But they.
Hold up 1 second. My issue, and I'm just putting my issues on, and hopefully we could get them resolved. It's now a 65-35 split for the central government. Some of the semi-autonomous or autonomous entities have elected to pay more. I know Port Authority, WAPA, a few have elected to pay more. However, with inflation, etc., employees can be charged more. So I don't want, if you have a 60-40 or a 65-35 split now where the government is paying 65 and employee is paying 35, I hope we're not switching to a plan that is like a 50-50 split or a split where the employee is paying 60%, because then the cost will dramatically increase to that particular employee. So I hope that whatever is being negotiated with the employee in mind, that the cost isn't going to go up and that the benefits are going to remain the same.
That is our ambition. That's the premise that we're negotiating under.
Okay. So with the GRS issue, the employee, were they polled as to what they wanted to do, or was this just everybody was scared because all of the talk that GRS is going to become insolvent, so we said, like, well, let's pull and let's do something else?
When we look at the law, STEAM CC was not eligible for membership under GRS.
Okay, and which law was that you looked at? I want to read the law.
Well, I could provide that offline, but those are elements of our lawsuit.
No, not the lawsuit. You said a law. I want to read the law that says that STEAM is not eligible.
As a private entity, STEAM CC is not eligible to participate in public pension.
Okay, and that was based on the determination of the leadership of STEAM and the board?
That was also determined based on correspondence that came from GRS as part of our initial settlement with GRS. This went to court before, and GRS settled on that matter, and these are part of the initial settlement with GRS.
Okay, I'm going to get in contact with Mr. Nibbs, and I will get some more background information. Okay. Our colleagues, I'm going to close out. Anybody have one more question? And we're going to close and move to the leases so that we can move on. Senator Francis, you had anything? One question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask the Executive Director, Smith, if you just quickly talk about some of the performance measures and how are they measuring and maintain accountability for the medical center. What is the gauge or guide that he's utilizing to determine their efficiency and effectiveness?
Thank you for that question. The health center is subject to what we call a health center compliance manual, which is about 100 requirements. We gauge our performance against that, and the federal government that funds our 330 comes on site once every 3 years to review and rate us against that. So that's really the benchmark that we use, in addition to other audit-related items. I'm glad to say that in our last audit period, the health center, of the 100-plus item, the health center achieved high performance, which goes to show that we have been operating in accordance with federal requirement.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Fred, do you have any question? Senator DeGraff? Good. Senator James? Any last question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. My question today is, I know how important diet is to our patients and what have you, but I see here you have a vacant position for a registered dietitian, and you also have a nutrition program which is in-house with a projected cost of $6,000. Are those two things connected? And what you plan to do to get a registered dietitian, and who in the interim is dealing with that?
Thank you for that. We are in the process of recruiting a dietitian registered. As you may know, they're a very scarce resource in the Virgin Islands, as are other providers. In the interim, we coordinate that service through private providers, entities outside of Scheme CC.
And the final part of the question, the nutrition program. I see you have $6,000 projected. What are you able to do with that $6,000, and is that tied to that of the dietitian?
Thank you for that question. Thank you, Senator James. You may respond.
Okay, thank you. The $6,000 is just the local amount that we charge against the grant. We use other services to augment those services within the health center. And yes, it is tied to the nutrition program, but not to the salary of the dietitian. Those are just for ancillary support activities around nutrition, particularly for diabetics and hypertensives.
Thank you. Senator Carrion, you have a final question? Senator Bolquist, final question? Are you good? Okay. Thank you for your testimony. At this time, I'm going to allow you, Mr. Smith, to put a closing statement on the record.
Good morning again. I guess it's almost afternoon. Just like to say thank you again to you, Senator Vele, and members of the Finance Committee. The challenge that we all in the healthcare sector have is being able to balance delivering services against the growing and transitioning expenses to do so. I want to commend the staff at East End Health Center, number one, for the ongoing hard work, support, and dedication they have exhibited over the past 2 years. We have recently been voted as the best medical team in St. Thomas through readers of the Daily News, which should be coming out soon. That goes to show really the dedication and support of the entire team, and particularly through the COVID periods. We strongly encourage consideration of our increased requests to satisfy the uncompensated care and the Medicaid match that may or may not continue at the current rates. And just like to say thank you again, and to everyone for your ongoing support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. The Committee of Finance will take a 5-minute recess. Colleagues, we are going to hear both leases at the same time, so probably no more than an hour before we conclude the day today. The Committee of Finance will take a 5-minute recess. The committee of finance is back on the record. Colleagues, we have two bills in this particular block. Before I entertain a motion, the first one, bill number 34-0275, Mr. Walter Freeman, who's the head trustee of the Caribe Tradewinds Lodge number 17, is unable to be here with us today. So I'm entertaining a motion. Motion, Senator Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that bill number 34-0275 be removed from today's agenda as a result of the extenuating circumstances with the lead for this particular lease. I so move.
A motion made by Senator Gregory, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James, absent. Senator Janelle K. Soro. Senator Soro, yay.
1 minute, Madam Clerk. Senator Javan James. We didn't hear you?
Not absent.
Okay, are you voting, not voting? Not voting.
I just want to clarify, we're voting yes to remove it off the agenda, right?
Yes, the motion is to remove a bill number 34. Yes. Okay, thank you. So please mark Senator Javan James as yes.
Senator Kurt A. Vielle.
Yes.
Senator Vielle, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 5 yay, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0275, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Caribe Tradewinds Lodge number 17, Inc., District number 8, for the purpose of conducting meetings, community outreach activities, feeding the homeless, mentoring youth, and for other related purposes will be removed from today's agenda. Okay, we're going to move on to the last item. We have both individuals who will be participating virtually, and that is bill number 34-0278, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and on the level better known as OTL Mechanical, for the leasing of parcel number 69 Submarine Base, number 4 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. We have Mr. Vincent Richards from PMP. We also have Mr. Donoghue, who will be providing testimony. I'd like both of those individuals to put the name on the record, beginning with Mr. Vincent Richards. Please turn your camera on and put your name and title on the record.
Good morning, Senator Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Donoghue, Todd?
Good morning, sir. I'm Todd Donoghue, President of OTL Mechanical.
Okay, can you turn your camera on?
Yeah.
I believe it. Is it on?
No, not yet.
I apologize, sir. It shows to be on my computer.
Okay, sign out and then sign back in.
Yes, sir.
I will allow Mr. Richards to begin his testimony only on bill number 34-0278. Mr. Richards, before you provide your testimony, I'll have Senator Donna Fred Gregory speak to bill number 34-0278. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning, I introduced Bill number 34-0278. This measure, pursuant to the Virgin Islands Code, requires all leases to be ratified by the legislature. This lease agreement, as noted earlier, is with one level doing business as OTL Mechanical to use parcel number 69, submarine base number 4, Southside Quarter of St. Thomas, consisting of 29,900 square feet or 0.68 U.S. acres of land. The purpose of this particular lease with the VI government is for OTL Mechanical to operate a general construction and plumbing contractor business and for no other use. Based on what's before us, I believe that there are no issues or challenges with this particular lease, so it's my hope that we can approve this lease today for further consideration of the whole body. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gregory. Mr. Richards, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Committee Chairman VLA, Vice Chair and Senate President, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, committee members, Senators DeGraff, Carrion, James Sr., Sarro, legislative staff, and fellow testifiers. I'm Vincent Richards, the Deputy Commissioner of the Property and Printing Divisions of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I am testifying virtually today on behalf of Commissioner Anthony D. Thomas in support of the proposed lease agreement before the committee for consideration. On the level mechanical, doing business as OTL Mechanical, hereinafter OTL, for the property located in subbase on the island of St. Thomas. The lease agreement between OTL and the government of the Virgin Islands is for improved parcel number 69 subbase, number 4, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 29,900 U.S. square feet and or 0.68 U.S. acres of land. The term of the agreement is for 20 years with 2 additional 5-year option periods. The annual rent will be for $17,943.72, payable in equally monthly installments of $1,495.31. The rent payable under this lease agreement will be adjusted after the first 2 years of the term and will increase annually in accordance with the schedules on the lease agreement. Beginning in the 7th year of the lease and then annually afterwards, including any renewal terms, the rent payable will be further adjusted in accordance with increases in the Consumer Price Index as established by the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. This proposed lease agreement would allow OTL to operate a general construction and plumbing contractor business, and for no other purposes. The use of the premises is contingent on OTL obtaining and maintaining all required permits and licenses for the operation of the business. This lease agreement requires insurance coverage for public liability and coverage for property damages for any constructive improvements. Required documentation to support the processing of this lease agreement with the government have all been provided by the prospective lessee. This lease agreement requires approval of the governor and the legislature of the Virgin Islands in accordance with 31 VI Code subsection 205. The Department of Property and Procurement continues to seek viable tenants to partner with who are committed to making significant investment in GVI-owned properties through long-term tenancy and who maintain current in their other government obligations, including excise, gross receipts, payroll, and corporate taxes. This property will be returned to the government at the end of its as a lease in a much improved condition than it was originally. This lease agreement would contribute to the ongoing recovery of the U.S. Virgin Islands and the long-term expansion of our economy. Department of Property Procurement respectfully requests the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Finance to vote in favor of the proposed lease agreement. This completes my prepared testimony, and I am prepared to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Richards. Okay, let's see if you're back up. Mr. Donahue?
Yes, sir.
Is your camera on?
Yes. Is it not showing to be on, sir?
No, it is not.
All right, look, I'm going to get another computer. It's showing that it's on.
Okay,
Give me one second.
You're in the Virgin Islands, Mr. Donahue?
Yes, sir. I'm in St. Thomas.
Okay, in Charlotte Amalie in town?
Actually, yes, sir. I'm close to the airport right now.
Okay, let's try the next device first. Let's take a 2-minute recess and try the next device. This committee stands in recess for 2 minutes.
My camera isn't working. I don't know why.
The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Mr. Donahue is trying to sign back on. He was just there and we lost him. But while we're waiting for him to sign on, Mr. Richards, this is just a renewal?
No, Senator, it's not a renewal. It's a new lease, Senator.
Okay, it's a new lease.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, where exactly is this location?
The property is located exactly across the street from the correction facility in Subbase up on top of I guess I'll call it Subbase Hill. The property was severely damaged after during Hurricanes Irma and Maria. We had a previous tenant in the building. Mr. Donahue and his company, OTL, who was providing significant, was part of the recovery in St. Thomas, approached us. Their company approached us, and they needed a place to set up shop. I believe they then stepped in and took the property as is, and made significant improvements to the property. And that's how we begun our relationship with them. So, I mean, I see him sign back on.
Okay,
so
he is back
can
on.
give you
So
the details, correct.
Yeah. So thank you for giving us that explanation, Mr. Donahue. I'm now going to allow you to read your testimony into the record.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Brayling. I'm sorry.
You may proceed.
Can you hear me? Thank you, sir. My name is Todd Donahue. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I've been here since 1990. My father started this company. We have 78 employees. We work in St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. We do plumbing, air conditioning, and we also have a contractor's license. We asked for this space because we needed a space in St. Thomas after the storms to help with the recovery of the storms. And they were gracious enough to allow us to fix this place up. We've spent over $500,000 on renovating it to get it to where we can use it as an office for the St. Thomas base.
Okay, thank you. You concluded or lost you?
I would love to have your support to help us, to allow us to do this.
Okay, thank you so much. So you have already spent the $500,000 in renovation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Senators, let's go to 2-minute round. You can be very direct. If you need a little more time, I will allow you. Starting with Senator Francis.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, OTL, for your continued business spirit in the Virgin Islands. I'm familiar with your business here in St. Croix as well, very reputable business. And your website to talk about, going green. And if you could just touch a little bit in terms of your environmental friendliness, in terms of the product that you offer, if you could speak to that real quickly.
Yes, sir. In 2007, we saw that we really saw how our energy prices were going high, and we wanted to do something for our community, for myself as far as others. So we got into, we hired 2 engineers to come in and help us decide what would be best to sell. And at that time, it was more energy conservation with the LED light bulbs, the variable speed pumps, and the fastest payback was the solar hot water heater. So that's what we pushed back then. Since then, we have also pushed now the PV panels are coming to where it actually makes sense, and we're a strong believer in that system. But we were buying LED light bulbs when they're $106 my cost, just because of the savings back then. And now Home Depot, everyone has them, and they're actually huge savings. So we've been Go Green since 2007.
Very well. Again, any other additional infrastructure improvement? I know you have already invested $500,000 into the improvement at that facility. Is there any additional requirement by property and procurement to invest any additional dollars?
Not to my knowledge right now. We plan on, well, the next thing I want to do, I want to redo the floors. We put carpet in, and the guys have tracked dirt all throughout here. So that would be the next big step for us. But we feel like we've got the yard looking pretty well, as well as the main building.
Very well. Again, I want to thank you for your economic development and investing and continue to invest in the territory, and wish you good luck. I'm not a member of this committee, but I stand in support of the work that OTL Mechanical have been doing territory-wide. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and good luck to you, OTL.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Bogus, this is going to be a quick one. Senator DeGraff.
Yeah. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Mr. Richards, Deputy Commissioner Richards, in regards to the property, are there any liens on that property at present?
Lien, Senator, not that I know of. I honestly didn't check. Senator.
Okay. Is there any opposition to this particular business going there?
Senator, I can't imagine there being any. I will encourage you and encourage the entire committee to go by and take a look at the property. We'd be happy to send you photographs of the property before and after. They've made significant investment and improvement to the property. I'm usually chastised for the condition of sub-bays, but one by one we're cleaning it up, and this is one of them that's made significant investment in cleanup of the sub-base area, Senator.
And that significant investment, I'm happy to hear. And the gentleman's name again? Mr.
Todd.
Mr. Donahue?
Todd Donahue.
Yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Donahue, no, I'm just seeing in some of your paperwork, it says your business license expired 10/31/22 or expires, and you have some certificate of good standing expires June 30/22. Are these things in the process of being renewed? Or
Yes,
have
sir.
they been?
Everything's they've been applied for. Everything's current.
Okay.
We're in good standings, to my knowledge.
Okay.
Senator Graff, if I may.
Sure.
Senator Graff, up until last week, I believe the office manager for his company supplied us with updated documents as recent as last week Monday or last week Tuesday, Senator.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And finally, Mr. Donahue, what services does your business provide exactly? Could you just go through that again for us? Thank you.
So we do plumbing, fire, sprinkler, HVAC, and then we have a general contractor's license.
Okay.
But we specialize in the mechanical.
Okay. Thank you for that. I stand in support of it, and vote accordingly at the time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator James.
Yes, greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I think this bill is straightforward as far as the leasing agreement. I've reviewed all the documents, and I've read what the Department of Property and Procurement said about this leasing agreement. So I really don't have any questions, and I'm ready to vote in affirmative whenever the time comes. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carrion.
Good morning. Yes, I do have a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Richards, and good morning to Mr. Donahue.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. What is the scheduled increase annually that you have? And I think you mentioned in testimony it begins after the 7th year, or is it after the second year? Just please explain for me.
It's after the second year that it starts to go up. Let me look.
Yeah, let me allow Mr. Richards, who is representing the government on this lease agreement.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Senator Carrion, I'm gonna have to apologize to you. I'm testifying virtually, and I do not have the file right in front of me. But if you give me a few minutes, I'll be able to pull it up electronically and answer the question.
Okay, given that you don't have, well, you get it, I believe, and I'll allow the listener to respond. Please, has the knowledge.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it's $14.95 for year 1 and 2. The third year it goes to $29.90.62. The fourth year it goes to $37.38.28. The fifth year it goes to $4,672.84. The sixth year it goes to $5,841.05. And then after that, the seventh year will be based on the price index and the CPI.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So after the seventh year, Mr. Richards, it seems that the department will evaluate and see and adjust accordingly?
After the seventh year, we would adjust whatever the CPI is adjusting. I mean, traditionally, the CPI floats somewhere between 1 to 3%. I believe it's capped at 3%. I believe it is capped at 3%. That's what we traditionally do. So we will be bound to adjust every year after the seventh year.
Good. And you don't have any pictures for us, you said, right?
Senator, no, I do not. I'll be happy to email them to you or provide them to the committee or through the chair. But it's, I mean, it's impressive what they've done and invested ahead of, even ahead of getting this lease and securing this lease. I was, it shows a level of commitment on their part. Quite honestly, I probably wouldn't have taken the chance, but they did, and I guess they're vested. I see their trucks moving up and down the island, all over the place, doing different things. So, and again, their property is kept exceptionally clean on a regular basis because we inspect it every 30 days.
Yeah, I hear you, and I commend the company, its owner, for engaging in this partnership with the government and showing the level of commitment by the investment that they have done. And plus, like you said, also the job opportunities that they're creating with 78 employees. Mr. Donahue, any plans of continuing development and expansion?
In the island? Yes, sir. We've, so I personally have just acquired Quality Electric. I have Just Plastics, and we're constantly growing. I have 5 kids. We're all here. This is where I grew up. And so I want to see us grow more and more here, to be honest with you, sir.
Very well. Mr. Chair, if I can, maybe for future hearings for leases, if we could have the Department of Property and Procurement submit pictures so that we could really have a visual of the changes, the level of investment, and the before and after pictures. I think those would do us justice, specifically for us senators from the St. Croix district that might not be too familiar with St. Thomas. It will be very helpful. I don't have any further questions. Yes, I do have one. The last one. Has the property been inspected by DPNR? Past inspection permits and...
Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Senator, if I may, this inspection by DPNR and several other regulatory government agencies or departments is mandatory to get and secure your business license.
So, Mr. Donahue, you're up to date with all of that, all your inspections and permits and taxes?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Mr. Donahue, in your response just now, you said something about Quality Electric. You acquired Quality Electric?
Yes, sir.
Okay, as of?
January 10th of this year.
Okay. Congratulations on that recent acquisition. One of
Thank you, sir.
the major electrical suppliers on the island of St. Croix. So congratulations. Colleagues, yes.
Senator Viale, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Richards.
I have a photograph of the property. If you want to take a look at it, I can see if you can allow me to share my screen.
You can. Okay, there is a building, guys. We still have one senator to go, who is the sponsor of all the lease agreements as the president. Okay, that is a nice building. That's a good job.
Correct. And if I showed you the before photograph, it might make you win. So.
Good. That's always good. I think that's a very good recommendation from Senator Carrion. Let's begin to have those before and after, so we can see how we have transformed these properties. We're going to go to the bill sponsor, Senator Fred Gregory, and then we're going to close it out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this particular lease don't have any zoning changes, any issues with DPNR, etc., correct?
That question is for whom, Senator Gregory?
I'm asking that question of you.
Senator Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. No, Senator.
I'm going to tell you why I'm asking. I'm asking the question for a very legitimate reason, because we have to, this has really nothing to do with this lease, but the time is ripe to make this comment or have this conversation. Recently, us here in the institution, we found ourselves in a very precarious situation, because what happens is, once an owner comes to Property and Procurement for a lease, there isn't necessarily a conversation with DPNR. But I believe that if the lease is zoned, is not zoned for the particular type of business, etc., then there must be some alignment between yourself, which is Property and Procurement, and the owner, the individual, the applicant, if you will. We have to figure out how to close those gaps here in the Virgin Islands, so we could prevent. We have to learn from, our experiences, so we could prevent future situations that, really are necessary. So there must be some way for the department, and if we have to legislate it, then that's probably what we're gonna have to do. But it has to happen, because we don't need to go down that road again. You understand what I'm saying? Because I know this year alone, we've had several leases that came before us that requires now for you to that applicant to get a CZM permit or a zoning change, if you will. Correct?
Yes, Senator.
Yes. So that presents a problem for this institution. So we have to figure out how to protect the institution and protect how we make our decisions. So there must be that communication and collaboration between the agencies to figure out whether or not it's even doable in the first place before we approve these leases. So now let me ask very quickly, how many employees do you currently have in St. Thomas?
About 64.
64, wow. You have 64 employees, and you've been in business in St. Thomas for how long?
2009. I'm from St. Croix.
In St. Thomas.
2009. Yes, ma'am. In 2009, my wife and my family, we moved to St. Thomas.
And you've been located where before?
We had rented a barn next to the Marriott from Nick Purcell.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we did the Ritz air conditioning project in 2009. That's what brought us over. And then we did the renovation in 2011 at the Marriott.
Okay, so you've been operating your current business for a year, or you just did the build out? I suspect you had probably a year lease with the Department of Property and Procurement, so you took that chance, which is admirable.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so you probably had that year lease. So have you been operating, or you just used that year to do the upfitting?
No, we both. I mean, we got honestly, we've been having this is our office here in St. Thomas now.
Okay, perfect. And do you have any tax obligations?
I'm good on
Outstanding.
my taxes. No, yes, ma'am. My office manager does not let me. She always says she doesn't look good in orange, so I have to pay taxes even when I don't want to.
Okay, so I'm going to take your word for it because I have to ask my colleagues to support this measure. I think it's economic development for this district, and it's definitely economic development for the entire territory because all of our funds go into one pot. So if we do well in this district, we have new businesses, then it supports the entire Virgin Islands. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to support this. I know that based on the comments that were made earlier, they are all on board to support this. We just have to make sure that we are, what my grandmother would say, walking good. We have to walk good and make sure that we're making the right decision. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. You seem like walking carefully.
Yes.
That we have exhausted testimony and this particular lease. I think it's very straightforward. It's a boon for the Virgin Islands. Mr. Donahue does have operations on both islands, and I would probably assume St. John also. You do work wherever work is available in the territory. Okay, well, that's two major projects, Frenchman Reef and Ritz-Carlton. We are happy to be getting Frenchman Reef online soon, so hopefully that refurbishment will be completed soon. That's a prime hotel in St. Thomas district, some 500 rooms, so we're looking forward to that. But at this point, we're going to hear a motion. We're going to vote on this particular measure. Let's take a 1 minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Motion, Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
I move that Bill number 34-0278, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement, and on the level doing business as OTL Mechanical for leasing of parcel number 69, Submarine Base, number 4, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, be favorably approved by this committee and forwarded to the Rules Committee for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator James. Senator DeGraff, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Janelle K. Saro. Senator Saro, yes. Senator Kurt A. Vielle.
Yeah.
Senator Vielle, yay. Mr. Chair, we have 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0278, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and on the level better known as OTL Mechanical, for the leasing of parcel number 69 Submarine Base, number 4 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules for further consideration. Early day colleagues, we'll be back here tomorrow. But today I just want to thank everybody for a short, successful day. Testifiers, you are dismissed. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.